Okay, sorry about that, people in YouTube. I think I had a little glitch, so hopefully you guys can hear me again. Okay, I'm back. So you guys should be able to hear me again in the main room, and hopefully somebody in YouTube can just let me know if you can hear me. All right, guys, what else? So this one from yesterday, LFS. Tell us is on the down detector again today. Wow, they're having problems. Interesting. Yeah, SLE guys. SLE is just popping now. The Super League Enterprise announces a partnership with ITHES3. All right, so that is the not shortable for me at Interactor Brokers. Not shortable for me. And just give me a moment, please. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Any news on XBio? Don't even see XBio here, so it's yeah. I don't see any news. Don't see any news on XBio. Obviously, there's something going on, but I don't see any news. Earnings play, guys. This could be interesting. APLD could be interesting. This is an earnings play. So big gap up now. Big gap up. That's a big gap. 26% with that float, 248 million in the float. Anybody in YouTube, guys? Just want to make sure you guys can hear me, okay? See my screen? I know we had my internet connection went off just for a half a second, but that is enough to get booted. Hmm. Yeah, so APLV, guys, I mean, this is shortable for me also. 3 million shares are available. Yiddle. Why DDL? This is an IPO from yesterday. So way up now, 48% above the. Okay. The other stream is still live though. Hmm. So I've got two streams going. Is that what you're saying, Pepe? Hmm. If I knew how to delete it, I would. Okay, I'm going to ask somebody. Okay, well, hopefully somebody can delete it for him. I'm not even sure where it is. I should know. I know there's I just don't know where it is, but Chris will probably know. Okay, guys, let's see what else. LFS. Now, you know what happened yesterday also? Remember that palm I've been waiting for to break five? So it did do it after hours. I mean, it broke five after hours, got up to 591. So I still have I have a price alert set down here in the $5 level again. Yeah, so this one, I would watch this one again for another five break. It happened after hours. Okay, the POM. This is a China or a, yeah, yeah, it is a China IPO from from 2 days ago. QTTB. Where are you? So you're not up at least 14%. Okay, QTTB. I saw that had a pop, and then a drop. This was the one I wanted to watch this one because this is shortable for me. Interactive Brokers. Couldn't see any news on it. Could not see any news for QTTB. Fuzzy Panda, short RCAT. Okay, let's see if RCAT. I don't see RCAT down yet, or at least it's not down more than 8%. So let's take a look at RCAT. So that hit, yeah, it got down to 14. A little move higher now. Issues cautious report. Fuzzy Panda. Misleading investors about the size of its army contract, its new Fang drone, and its prospects for landing sales to NATO allies. Okay, well, it's hmm. A lot of shares available for me at Interactive Brokers, almost 3 million shares to short for RCAT. Levi, this has not a big move. Well, actually, it is a big move. It's down 10%. Levi, Levi. This is an earnings play, guys. Levi is an earnings play. Let me take a look at XLV. Yeah, XLV now kind of in a bit of a consolidation pattern now in the daily. This is the, I guess, the main ETF for the healthcare industry. So this is in a consolidation, a little bit of a consolidation pattern now over that 200-day moving average that it broke about 7 days ago. XLE, let's see if XLE is still drifting down towards the, yes, it is. XLE is still drifting down towards that 200-day moving average. See what happens today. See if it breaks it again. And consumer staples, XLP, consolidating again below that 200-day moving average. Okay. Thank you, Chris. So should be good now, guys. Should only have the one YouTube stream going now. Morning, Shaw. This is moving, guys. HCTI is moving. Health something or other. Healthcare triangle. HCTI is moving. It's close to the high of 2 days ago. And if it breaks through that, the next high is 372. So there is some room. There is some room. If it breaks through that high of 2 days ago, a little bit of room, about 30 cents, which is not bad for a $3 stock. Volume is just coming in now. Healthcare trying. So there was some news at 9:15 to acquire some AI company in a strategic expansion move. That's right, Shaw. Yeah, Thanksgiving Day or Thanksgiving, whatever. Thanksgiving, the day of Thanksgiving is on Monday for Canada, the holiday. But I'll be here. APLD guys, I mean, it's holding the VWAP. The VWAP is 3709, so it's a little bit above the VWAP. Look at that wave. And this is an earnings play, and it is a lifetime high. So this is a lifetime high now for APLD, and it's an earnings play. And obviously, whatever they said, the market likes it. Jumps on AI enthusiasm. If there's anything else here, FMFC did see it. Um, didn't see any news on it though. Looks like this got halted because I'm seeing it resume trading at 4 o'clock yesterday. Resume trading at 4 o'clock yesterday. So I don't know if it was halted for some news or what happened to it. And that is the FMFC. This is a blank check company. Nope. They engage in the manufacture of leather goods through its subsidiary. Okay. So also, okay, thank you, William. So also an earnings play, and then they also have some news. Price target raised to 40 from 30 at Northland. Now, if it runs out of steam, though, I have shorts available at Interactive Brokers, 3 million shares. So there's a ton of shorts available. The market is basically kind of flat. SPY's up 97 cents. So the market's basically flat right now. I didn't see any. Oh, that's wrong. I am wrong. At 10 o'clock, we have all those Michigan numbers coming out. Okay, the Michigan sentiment numbers, whole bunch of numbers from Michigan. Consumer sentiment, 5-year inflation expectations, consumer expectations, current conditions, um, preliminary inflation expectations, et cetera, et cetera. So a lot of so at 10 o'clock, we might have some fireworks, short-term fireworks in the SPY guys. So that's at 10 o'clock. And I think I think at 9:45, one of the I think Goolsbee might be talking, one of the Fed presidents. Good morning, Carlos from Deutschland. You know, this Orbis has got some room, guys. 8Co. The next high looking left is 1272. Okay. And so it's above yesterday's high, which was 1083. It's a little bit above that. What's the volume like? Great volume. 5 million shares have traded already. Only 10 million in the float. See if there's any news. Trading higher after the company announced the launch of a new pilot program focused on advancing AI authentication for the enterprise. So another AI play, guys. So there is room. 1269 is the next high looking left. Of course, not saying it's going to get there. And just as I am ready to get rid of my layout or get my 930 layout, DPRO, Dragonfly again. Remember this pop a few days ago, but Dragonfly again is moving, guys. Dragonfly to showcase advanced drone systems at AUSA 2025. What's the volume like? Pretty good volume, 577,000 shares. So that is Dragonfly, not Dragonfly. Okay, there is another one. Completely separate companies. Okay, guys, want to get the layout I use once this market, once 930 happens. So just give me a moment. Save my layout as always. All right, just let me rearrange these. All right, so these are the top 6 now, and that pre-market actives up that you saw before. Now these are the top 6 instead of the top 15. Oh, did I say 9:45? I was wrong. 9:15 for Goolsby. Yeah, Muslim at 1 o'clock. We'll be long gone. Of course, those are Eastern time, so I guess I will not be long gone. I was thinking that was Pacific time, but no. All right, so anything here that I haven't talked about? SLE, yeah, we talked about the Super League. We saw the YDDL, the LFS IPO from yesterday also. So yeah, a couple of these IPOs from yesterday that really, well, I shouldn't say that. YDDL closed at 542. It IPO'd at, I think, 4. So yeah, so this is on the move here, guys. YDDL. Where are they out of? Oh, that's right. This is out of the Philippines. That's a pretty cool looking flag, isn't it? It's a colorful flag of Philippines. I haven't seen too many. In fact, I don't know if I've seen a Filipino stock, a company from the Philippines. I don't think I've seen one ever here. Certainly not an IPO, but just in general, because I do not recognize that flag at all. Doesn't DAC live in the Philippines? Big part of the year. I don't see DAC in it. DAC hasn't been around for a while. Guys, what was a big IPO from yesterday? I don't see them here. Anything here? What was a big IPO from yesterday? Big one meaning a more high priced one that the Goldman Sachs, etc., got behind. I just want to see if there's shorts available. I just can't remember what they were. I could check my calendar, but I'm sure somebody's going to know. AHL, thank you. That's one. Yeah, that's right. The laundry is that the laundry company? No, there's a laundry company. PXED. What was the laundry company? Is that PXED? Anyway, just want to see if there's shorts available for this yet. I know PXED certainly was. This was is ALH the laundry company? Okay, it's interesting because there's nothing showing up here. Um, okay, yeah. So there are shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Not many, 26,000 shares available for PXED and ALH. See if I can. A lot of shares available. A lot of shares available. Interactive Brokers, 383,000 shares now. Not that I want to short it necessarily, but they're getting a lot better now. IB having these more, having more, say the non-China, Japanese, Singapore, Philippine, the U.S.-based higher price IPOs now starting to show up the next day with shorts at Interactive Brokers. Should thumbnail those two. Okay, ALH. What's the volume like? 181,000 for that one. How about the PXED? Only 30,000 for that one. Having a little pop right now, though. Okay, guy. Wow. 929 and 30 seconds. So let's have a great end to this trading week, everybody. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down. Okay. A little bit. I may make an exception if I see something on the short side, not usually on the long side. All right, guys, we are now open for business. Okay, ACHR guys on the move. Archer Aviation. Excuse me. On the move. On the move. But look at this. What did it get up to? Got up to 1275. Well, it's not a huge pullback, but ACHR on the move. Taking out yesterday's high. The next high looking left is 1370. But I'm not taking this. Okay. I will not take anything like this in the first 15 minutes. That doesn't mean you shouldn't. I said I'm pretty conservative in the first. Wow, look at the APLD now. Too bad. This is one I had my eye on. What's going on? No. Shoot. I'm hung up, guys. Yeah, I'm hung up, I think. All right, nothing I can do. It's not the end of the world. It's only the first minute, so give me a moment. The only pain is that it's going to load my pre-market layout first. And it always seems to happen when I try to type something in. I don't know why. Chris has that same problem, he says sometimes. So anyway, not a big deal. I mean, the races will now just begin at 9:30. At 9:32, sorry. Okay, so when you talk, you mean give you less picks? You mean you only want to have Bo Hales? I'm trying to answer your question regarding the money machine. Are you trying to mean only have three open at the same time? Is that what you mean when you say less picks? Because you can control how many you're in at the same time. You can control that if that's what you mean. Yeah, so that's what I was trying to find. Was the APLD. That when I typed that in, that's when I got hung up. So yeah, so Bull Hales is I have to understand what you mean when you say you want to give you less picks. Are you talking about being in um, limiting the number of trades you're in at the same time? Because you can control that. Or are you talking about cutting it off after a certain number of trades for the day? I have to understand what you mean. BMNR guys, BMNR on the move here. So maybe you can't hear me, Bo Hales. Can you hear me? Okay, now look at APLD. That's why I don't like trading in the first 15. I mean, I may have tried a very quick short of it, but look what it's done. It has come right back up. What did it get down to? It got down to 35.27, and then it just popped up $2 just like that. You know, it's a strong earnings play. So now we might have could have one of these all dayers. Okay, Bull Hales. I don't know if you can hear me or not. Type there. Well, I see TSLL. I see TSLL here. So that means so Tesla is up, 1.5% or so. Not quite. Yeah, a little more, 1.6%. Tesla is up 1.6%. So if you think, okay, guys, if you think Tesla is going to be on the move, and this is early, this is early. If you think Tesla is going to be on the move higher, this is what you can do. You can buy this. This will give you 2 times the Tesla move, the stock. Okay. But remember, if Tesla starts to drop, this will drop twice as fast. So if Tesla drops a point, 1%, this will drop 2%. But if you think Tesla is going to have a decent little recovery, and the next high for TSLL, 2171, so there's certainly room there. So, guys, if you ask me a question, it really helps me to know if you can hear me or if you're still around. Anyway, okay. Sober, SOBR. This is halted. Haven't seen this one for a while. Several reverse splits. I don't know many, but several. Sober, SOBR. High yesterday. I didn't see this one at all yesterday. You know why? The volume was so putrid. Hardly a little over 100,000. No, Shaw, but I'm always talking when people ask me a question, and then I try to answer, and they don't have. They either have me on mute or. Oh, okay, okay. You lost connection for a minute. Okay, so you can hear me now, Bo Hales. Okay, so when you ask the question about can you limit the number? Let me find that question again. The number. So, are you talking about um, how many trades at once you're in? Because you can control that. Like you can be in 3 trades, 5 trades. You can control that. Or are you talking about after it takes 5 trades or 6 trades for the day, I don't want to be in any. I don't want any more. Is that what you mean? I shouldn't ask 2 questions at the same time. So are you? So I'll ask the first question. Are you trying to limit how many you're in at the same time? That's the first question. So I just need an answer to that. Are you trying to limit the number of trades, concurrent trades you're in? How many trades at the same time that you are in? Is that what you're trying to limit? Well, when you say filter the money machine, you can. Okay, let me just bring it up. I don't. So the money machine is based on your money machine settings. Okay. So, okay. So you want to limit the number. Well, I don't know if you can limit that. I don't think you can. You can be in a maximum of 3 positions at the same time, but you're managing the exits anyway. So if you decide you don't want to trade anymore, just stop it. I don't think there is, well, unless there is, I don't think there's a way in which you can actually limit, like after, taking six trades, stop. I don't think there's a way to do that, but you can control that. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. Yeah. So there is not. So it's just a matter of what, once you're, what, because remember, you just can't let this run you can't let this run and walk away from your computer because you've got to manage the exits. So that gives you the control about how many you want to trade. Because then all you have to do is just start the money machine, and then I've started it. Okay, so I've started it, and then just stop it. Okay, makes sense. Okay, good. Well, because when you're done. Now, ultimately, of course, you'll be able to control the type of strategy with your own strategy, with your own top list set of parameters. Not you can do that now, but if you just want to run the ones that are here right now, which I would do, I would just, it's in its infancy, so that's what I would do. Just run the ones here. Okay, guys. Now NTLA was a big one yesterday. A big one yesterday. It kept running and running and running, though it did pull back. NTLA got up to $27. and it closed down here at 25.51. It is now underneath the close of yesterday. Okay. I'm going to stick a price alert down here around 24.44. It takes out that low of yesterday. I mean, look underneath that $20. So let's see if it weakens and weakens. Look at APLD now, guys. APLD. So yeah, it was a nice quick short if you were very quick, but now this is just ripping and it's an all-time high. It's on earnings. They have earnings. All right, guys. QNRX just got halted on the way down. Okay. Haven't had a chance to really look at these halts resumes. Delta, guys. So Delta had earnings yesterday, but that was a big sell-off. It got up to 62.29 and it sold off all the way down here to 59.50. It's now above that high again, or the close of yesterday. It was an earnings play yesterday. Now with energy, I'm just looking at XLE as it's starting to drift down now. Let's see what's happening with it right now. Yeah, so wow. So this is obviously going to help the airlines. I mean, I'm assuming that the price of the crude is moving down. Okay, price of oil is moving down. Look at that. All those months it took to get above the 200-day moving average, but now it's testing it again. So that's probably helping the anything that a big component of their business is oil. Here's jets. Okay, here's the ETF for the energy for the airline sector. TDIC was resumed. Sorry, we got halted on the way down, but it did have a pop. Okay, well, you're talking about Riot and Mara, so I see that there's a little pop in Bitcoin, up $1,300 right now. So let's take a look at IBIT. So IBIT's been the last few days. So IBIT's above yesterday's close. So if you want to buy Bitcoin, you can use this. China, I don't use this one. I don't think I've seen this one for open-end investment funds. This is an ETF, a China ETF. Take a look at KWEB. That's what I use to track the overall China market. Yeah, it looks basically the same as the other one in terms of the daily chart. So KWEB is almost flat, but this one is positive, I think. No, basically the same. Basically the same. Thank you, Obi. TBTZ. Okay. So uranium. This, I wonder if uranium is on the move here, guys. UEC. I mean, oh, this one is. Take a look at URA, the uranium ETF. See if it's moving. Probably it is. Yes, it is. So here's the ETF for uranium, and all-time high. URA is an all-time high. All-time high. Oh, lost sight of this one, guys. This was from our. I have excuses. You don't. ONMD, if you have our AI, look at that nice move for ONMD now. There's a 10% move from the alert. Flux is even a pretty good one right now. Flux, FLUX. But ONMD, nice. What's the float like? 35 million in the float. All right, now this is pulling back, so maybe this gives me an opportunity. Missed it the first time. Let's see if it pulls back. The alert was at 334. The VWAP is at 335. So basically, the VWAP and the original alert price. I'm going to stick a price alert around the 330 mark. See if it pulls back to that area. It got the high. The high looking left is 366. It got above that briefly, and I'm talking about the ONMD. This is from our AI. Meanwhile, the SPY is, well, it's doing its thing. So that is a high looking left at red line. Take a look at the SPY. Remember, at 10 o'clock, we're going to have some Michigan numbers coming out. So I guess that is that must be the all time high right here yesterday. Just one moment, please. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I'm back again. Wow, look at court here, guys. This is nice. Another nice one from our AI. This is on a short. It's not an earnings play. Let's see what's happening. Really, nothing happening late yesterday or in the pre-market. Well, yeah, 9:30. This is the 9:30 bar and big drop, and that's CORT. CORT. Yeah, you're right. The SPY is a little. Well, it's not 10 o'clock yet. 10 o'clock again. We're getting all these numbers out of the Michigan sentiment numbers, all sorts of numbers. I don't see any news on this one. I see no news on court, guys, but there's got to be something that is happening. Well, some offers are, again, he sold 20,000 shares. This hit yesterday after the market closed. 20,000 shares at 89.94. So he's happy. But okay. It's all I can see, but that happened after hours and it didn't hurt the stock at all. That happened after hours. Didn't hurt the stock at all. So I don't know, maybe it's a delayed reaction. You know what? I'm getting ticked off with these charts now. I think I see what's happening, but I don't have the red edge padding checked. But looks like it's AI trades. AI trades that it does this. No, not every one of them though. Yeah, it's not a lot of volume yet, Mohammed, in our YouTube room, 339,000. But that is a big drop, though. That's a big drop, $12. And I just can't see any news other than the fact that, some insider sold 20,000 shares. CCTG, okay, I did see it won a couple of races, 954, so I'm getting close to, yeah, but look at that. Yeah, Wild is right. Lots of halts resumes, guys. TDIC just halted again. Sober uh, came. Wow. Yeah, look at that. I mean, this is nonsensical trading, isn't it? Popped up to 378 and right back down to 311. Argentinian stocks selling off again. ARGT. Hey, I remembered. Okay. This is the country ETF. Country ETF. Oh, I don't question, can this be algo trading? I could almost say what isn't algo trading, but whether it is or it isn't, we just have to try to trade what we see. You talking about orbs? Not, are you talking about orbs? Mohammed? Not orb, but orbs? So I had a price alert. I think I had no, I'm going to put a price alert again over $11 for orbs, just in case it takes it out later on. Oh, for Sorb. I'm sorry. I thought that was a dollar sign. Sorry, Mohammed. I thought that was a. Yeah, I mean, it might be. I mean, what's the float for Sorb? Are you talking Sorb? Like, what are you? Which one are you talking about? Are you talking about the Orbs or SORB? You've written SORB, so that is not a stock. I'm talking to Mohammed in our YouTube room. Are you talking about Orbs or are you talking about? Well, you can't be talking about Sorb because that's not a stock. Oh, sober. Oh, probably sober. You're right. SOBR. Nah, I mean it's a low float. 1.5 million in the float. I mean, had a big day yesterday, but I mean, I hate to brand things. Is this algo trading or? And again, so okay, he's now saying it is orbs, not sober. But again, whether we call it algo trading, whether we call it so-called normal trading. Yeah, I cannot see any news on this one. I mean, look at court. Great alert from us. In fact, at 9:47 from us, meaning the RAI spread. I mean, it's not a great spread, but if a stock is going to move down now $5, $10, right now it's a 37-cent spread, not terrible. It's just typical. I mean, that's just in the first 15 minutes, Mohammed. You see that's why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. Things are very volatile, whether it's algo trading or whatever, however you want to brand it. In the first 15 minutes, yeah, things can be very volatile. That's typically why I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. Not that everything is completely settled after 15, but all right, guys. So these Michigan numbers are coming out. So let's see any effect on the market, Michigan sentiment, consumer sentiment, etc. Okay, guys, it is now 10 o'clock. So, excuse me. I'm going to go over my homepage, including all the scans that I'm currently sharing with everybody. Okay, so these again, the Michigan numbers are coming out now, so this might be causing this, and they all whole bunch of them came out at 10 o'clock. Probably only one that is the Michigan sentiment. And this is what I'm talking about. Okay, just give me a moment. You go to my up here. So we've got Michigan consumer sentiment, 5-year inflation expectations, consumer expectations, current conditions, et cetera, et cetera. This is the one we used to see though. Michigan, where is it? The sentiment number. So that is, looks like it's affecting the market short term anyway. All right, clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So we still have these promo codes. They're still alive and kicking. So you'll see we have 3 of them. So please listen carefully. If you want to take out a premium annual subscription, okay, you can get 30% off a premium annual. If you want to take out a premium monthly, you can get 22% off the first month only. If you want to take out a standard monthly, you can get 15% off that first month, or standard annual, you'll get 15% off the entire year. So these are the 3 promo codes that we've got running right now. Okay. Now, those of you who are in a YouTube room, you may not know it, but there is another trading room also, a lot more active, a lot more interaction amongst traders. You want to come into that room, you click on my homepage link, and here it is, trading room. Also, for those of you who come into the room every day, I as well just save my link, and here's how you get in every day, clicking on the trading room, okay? Again, if you want to stay in YouTube, that's fine, but if you're looking for a little more action, a little more interaction amongst other traders, then this is what we call the trading room, okay? If you scroll down a bit, here is the trade of the week. You can get the trade of the week. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay? And it is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Again, all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription at any time in the future, please use whatever the code is on my homepage. Helps to keep the rooms free. Company tracks the promo codes. They see enough people using my code, they'll keep their rooms free. Okay. Now, if you do take out a subscription, the first thing you must do, after you click on my homepage link, scroll down to the education section, more info. Now, before I go down to this area right here, the getting started, just want to ask you to click on the user guide. Okay. And right here, there's a whole section on stock racing, which I'm going to go over, okay? But this is how you can create your own stock race based on your set of parameters. But I'm going to go over this one in good detail. It's going to show you why I think stock racing is very good, because it creates a watch list for you, etc. But here is your reference right here in our user guide. So getting back to, if you do take out a subscription, this is the very first thing you must do. The getting started with trade ideas, okay? Mandatory that you do this. The getting started with trade ideas. Very short videos. It'll, it gets you familiar with the major aspects of trade ideas. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the program, if it's a type of program you might like, maybe even try for a month, this is what I would do. Start off with that second video and do the rest of them. Again, they're very short videos. That should give you an idea about whether or not it's a type of program you might want. Okay. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you, a free series of videos. You don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas to have access to these videos. So if you're new to trading, this is, I think there are about 15 videos here. Okay. If you're new to trading, I would absolutely do a look at something like this. And last, if you're looking for my scans, here they are. So if you click on my homepage link, here's what I'm sharing right now. I don't have all these up and running. This is what you can see. The biggest gainers from the start of the race is right here. These two I don't have on my homepage, but if you wanted them, I can give them to you. These are large cap movers, either on the upside or the downside. This is the Halts resumes over here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. And these are 3 scans, real-time alert scans that I'm sharing with you, but I do not have them running. Doesn't mean you shouldn't. All it means for me right now is I've just kind of whittled it down to just a few things that I want to watch all day long. Now, it's possible I'll bring this one back, the gap scan, when we get into earnings season because, a lot of stocks, they will gap either up or down based on how the market reacts to whatever they said in earnings, either in guidance or the actual, how they did in the previous quarter, etc. So first of all, if you're new to the rooms, welcome. And when I say rooms, I'm talking about our YouTube room and also the main room. Okay. Welcome. The format is this. The main room is open at around 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I try to open up the YouTube room sometime between 8:30 and 8:40. And then I get on the mic for both rooms at 9 o'clock. So why don't I open up the room at 6:45? Because I live in Vancouver, Canada, and it's a time zone prohibits me from doing that. So, but Obi in our in the main room does open it at around 6:45. Okay, and there's action in the room. Again, there's no screen sharing. Usually, I start the screen sharing about 8:45. And then get on the mic at around 9. Now, when do I go? I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30. I'll always stay later though if you have questions. Okay, it's up to you guys how long I stay. But if there are questions, I'll stay as long as we have questions. But around 2 o'clock Eastern time is when I start to winding it up. But in the main room, the room is usually open after I leave. Now on a Friday, well, I'll have to ask William or Obi how long they want to keep the room open after I leave. I do have to shut down YouTube completely though. So it is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you have questions, you can ask me questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer them. If it's a question about your account, more than likely I will not be able to answer them, or it, if it's a question, but I can direct you to our accounting people, okay? All right, now what I want to do is go over this race right here and just the concept of races. Remember, if you go to the user guide, there's a whole section on racing, the concept of racing, how you can set up your own race, your own set of parameters. But I just want to show you what the general theory behind the race is and why I think it's very good, not only if you are new to trading, but if you're even if you're a seasoned veteran, because what it does is it automatically creates a top 10 list for you of stocks to follow all day long. So the race. So I'm running 4-minute races. Again, I chose 4 minutes. It doesn't mean that's what you have to do. Again, it's customizable. I just decided 4 minutes. So what does this mean, this 5.23% and SGBX right at the top here? That means that since the race started, SGBX has moved 5.2%. Click on it, see what's happening. You can probably see a little move here. Okay, this is a 2-minute chart. So you can see that what happens is the stock that is moving the most is going to be right at the top. And if it wins the race, right now it has not won a race. You can see these are the ones that have won races so far. QNRX has won 3 races. That's what the number beside the symbol means. Okay. And if it hangs on to the top position here, still has a minute left in this race. If it hangs on, then it's going to be added to the top 10 list. Okay. So certainly I would keep an eye on it, but there's nothing saying that it won't pull back and something else might supplant it. There still has 45 seconds to go. So again, a top 10 list is built of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Now, because I had to do a little reboot of trade ideas, my races start at 9:30. If you want to run your races in the pre-market and continue through, after 9:30, you can do that. I just had chosen to run my races starting at 9:30. but it's completely customizable. I'm just waiting for this race to be over. Unless something dramatically happens in the last 4 seconds, SGBX will win this race and it'll be added. Okay, so you can see it is added now. See that the last winner was SGBX and it's now added to the list. So, a few things. You don't have to wait for a race to be over for you to click on it. If you see any stock, quite frankly, in here, but if you see a stock, it's at the top. Now, the race doesn't really get going until 30 seconds. Okay, so imagine it's sort of like the cars are revving up, and then at 30 seconds, they're revving up for 30 seconds, and then the race really starts. Okay, so here's Beam. Okay, BEEM is up 2%. Okay, now it's a cheap stock, so I mean it's not going to be up, in terms of a dollar amount, not much. But what I would do is, you see a stock at the top, doesn't matter at what time when the race starts, click on it, see what's happening. You see anything in here right now, click on it. Excuse me, see what's happening. It may be just starting up. You see any stock here that has won a race, click on it, see what's happening. Okay, there's the ONMD. Okay, I mean, this is could be interesting, guys. I mean, this is now sitting on the VWAP. If you're a bit of a VWAP player, and now it is now down through the VWAP, but it may recover. But if this stock had sort of remained on that purple line right there, which is the VWAP, and held for a bit, maybe a couple of 6 minutes, 3 2-minute candles, and then popped, that could be your sign to get in. Okay? Depends on what style of trading what style you've got. It doesn't have to be the VWAP, of course. It could be maybe a moving average that you like on whatever time frame. So you might like Steve Gomez loves the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. So if that were coming in to the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart, and you thought, well, I like to see what it does there, will that act as support? So obviously, in this case, you're going to have some trading experience, things that you like to see. So again, just click on anything you see here. You don't have to wait for a stock to be at the top here. Just click on anything you see here, especially if you see something new. When you start, if you're only running one race and that's what you've decided, okay, this is how I'm going to trade. I want to see this top 10 list built all day long. I'm going to try to figure out ways to trade these. Okay. Well, what happens is you start to see a stock that shows up here. I haven't seen that one before. And so it could just be it could be starting to go. So why are these stocks showing up here? And there's a different list of stocks here. There's a different list of stocks here. Okay, why are these stocks showing up? So if I right click in this race, in the body of the race, right click, and notice you got a bunch of options. Open top list. I'm going to open the top list. All races start from a top list window. Watch what happens when I right click on this, launch real-time stock race. Okay. So this is a top list window. Before we had races, how a person would use a top list window. Typical question would be, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 5 minutes. And then you could, as long as you had a column header, obviously I do in this case, this is this C% represents the change from yesterday's close. I double left click on it, and this now sorts the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close. So QNRX is up 194% from yesterday's close. Now, why are these stocks here though? If I right click and click on configure, this is what I am looking for. Stocks between $1 and $50. The volume has to be at least 200,000 shares, has to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. These are my set of parameters. Yours could be very different if you want them to be. But right now, so that's what I'm looking for. And I've limited to the top 50. Okay, there's a 2.5%. Remember, it's got to be up at least 2%. And I've just decided to limit this list to the top 50. You don't have to, but that's what I've decided to do. So what the race is really all about is that the race doesn't care whether a stock is up the most from yesterday's close. In this list of stocks, all the race cares about is what stock in this list of stocks is moving the most percentage-wise. Now, it does so happen that QNRX is at the top here. Excuse me. And look at that move, 31%. Look at that move, guys. Now, I wouldn't discount looking at a stock just because it's up 200%. We see many times where at the end of the day, it could be up 400%. So I wouldn't discount it. But if you were short, if you had shorts available for something like this, you might be looking at this and thinking, wow, I don't think I've got shorts available for this one. My goodness, look at this. And it's halted and potential open at 50. But what if, because a lot of people will say, well, I don't want to see necessarily the stocks near the high of the day. What I want to do is I want to see some stock that might be starting to move from the bottom. Well, that's what the race does, because the race doesn't care, again, whether a stock is up the most from yesterday's close. All it cares about is, since the race started, what stock is moving the most in this list of stocks. Now, in this particular case, it does happen to be this QNRX, but there's nothing saying that, let's take a look at, oh, this was a pretty active one a couple of days ago, COCH. It's up 6.3%. What if all of a sudden it just started to move? 8%, 10%, 12%, moving up this list. How would you know that? Unless you're going to stare at a list of stocks. But even then, how are you going to notice a stock that is starting to move up? Well, you don't have to, because that is what the race does for you. The race doesn't care. All it cares about is what stock in this list of stocks is moving up the most. Okay? So Jason Taylor in our YouTube room said, well, how do you limit the number of stocks you're going to see? If you right click on your top list window, okay, and you go to the time frame, click on time frame. So you right click and this box pops up, and click and hover over time frame. Another box pops up, and you see where it says set record count. Here's where you can set it. So I've set it to 50. You don't have to. But I certainly wouldn't have. 50 is fine. How many, you don't really need to have, quite frankly, more than 50, but that's what I've done. But okay. But that's how you can set your record count in your top list window, and then run the race on that. Okay. Now, what I would do is also save that as default, because I did notice that even if I didn't do that, and I don't want to get too complicated, just do that. Okay. If that's what you want to do. So hopefully now it's starting to make sense that you can run your race. Well, we do link with TOS, PRM05. We do link. If you're just talking about being able to load the symbol into TOS, we do link with them. I'm talking to a PRM05 in our YouTube room. We do link with them, if that's what you're talking about. So hopefully this starts making sense. And if you want to know how, I can direct you to, I know there's a video on showing you how to do it. But we're not talking about linking it with Brokers Plus. We're just talking about linking, that we're using our external linking tools, external linking. Okay. We definitely link with TOS. It's a bit of a trick to it, but we do link. So hopefully now it's dawning on you that you can run your own race based on your own set of parameters. Because just because this is what I want to see, you may have a completely different price range, and you may have a completely different idea of what of a top list that you want. Okay, so you can create your own top list with your own set of parameters, and then launch the race on it. Okay. The fact that this is what I want to see doesn't have to be what you want to see. Now, notice here, this is another race I've got, a large cap race. This is gainers, and this is a large cap losers. Notice the difference. Very rarely will we see big percentage moves here in this one. In its biggest gainers, okay, very rarely. Excuse me. Another one, we've got 6.5% move. Very rarely will we see big percentage moves here. Why? In this particular race, if I open the top list, first of all, very few stocks are in this list right now. That doesn't mean that that's going to be the list all day long. It just means that right now, if I show you the filters I'm using, so in this particular race, I'm looking for stocks between $10 and $70. The same 200,000 shares minimum, 2% from the close. This is kind of restricting a lot of stocks from showing up. I want it to be near the high of the day. This day, this is the position in the today's range. And at 95, I put 95 in the min. That means it's going to be very near. If I put 100, that means it would have to be right at the high of the day. So at 95, that means it's going to be very close to the high of the day. That's what I want to see. Also, what's restricting compared to this one is I've got a minimum float of 50 million shares and a minimum market cap of 500 million. So because of that, not going to get a giant list of stocks, but that's fine. I don't care. But understand, it doesn't mean that these are the only stocks that are going to show up all day long. Okay, this list will change over the course of the day. You could get a lot more coming in. You could get less coming in. But it's still going to develop a top 10 list for you. And in fact, if I were brand new to trading, I would probably take a look at this type of a race before this one. This one will give you massive percentage moves, okay? And if you get on the right side of it, yeah, it's awesome. But they are very volatile. And if you're new to trading, it can be kind of unnerving. Okay. I'm not saying this is easy, but you're generally speaking not going to get really big price swings. So it could be a little bit less, little easier on the psyche, as I call it. Okay. So if you want this race, I can give it to you. I can give you the link for it. So did you hear me, PRMO5? We do link with TOS. Okay, so you want to start the Money Machine simulation tool. Okay, so first thing you've got to do, WM. Hopefully you can hear me and see my screen. Just a couple of yeses, so I will continue to show you how. But I want to keep going unless I know you can hear me and see my screen. Okay. WM, can you hear me and see my screen before I keep going? The second race I'm talking about is this one, the biggest gainers from the start of the race. These are large cap movers. Again, if you want this race, you can have it. So notice, I mean, the percentages are just, you're not going to get huge percentage moves. Oh, okay. I'll give it to you right now. So okay, here it is. Okay, and then this one is if you're looking for potential shorts or even bounces. This is the large cap losers. Guys, it really helps me if you ask a question. Okay, that if you ask a question that that you can hear me and see my screen. So I will, Steve. I will, but WM asked the question. It really helps me to know that you can hear me and see my screen. It is impossible if you're asking me to, and just in general, okay. If you're asking me to and text, like post all that information text wise, it's virtually impossible for me to do that. Well, it's not impossible, but it's way easier if you can hear me and see my screen. Okay, Jason. Yes, this is the. Yeah, this is the. These are the. Okay, WM. Can you hear me? Can you hear me and see my screen? WM. Okay, great. So the first thing, now anybody else also who wants to start the money machine, you have to have a premium subscription, number one. So click on new from the toolbar. Click on new from the toolbar. We even have money machine up here. I don't know what that's going to do. Normally I just click on Brokerage Plus. See what happens when I do click. Okay, it brings it up also. Now I get this error message. You shouldn't. So I guess if you click on interesting. So this is how you start it. Okay. So this Brokerage Plus, I'm going to get rid of this right now. Okay. Because I'm not familiar with that particular screen. It won't matter. But if you click on Brokerage Plus, click on new and then Brokerage Plus, this is what you're going to see. Something like this. Now, obviously you won't have all of this in here. So to start it, see where it says money machine settings? Here's how you. So we have some strategies in here. This is what I would do. We have some strategies in here that you can pick from just to see how it can work. Okay. We've got these strategies right here. I'm not, you can pick and choose whatever one you want just to try it out. Remember, all this is in the simulator. It's not live trading. So it's in the simulator. And here's how you can make some adjustments. So maximum positions. So you don't see it. What don't you see? You don't see my screen? Yeah, don't worry about that. As I said, click on new and then Brokerage Plus, okay? Never mind the money machine option. Oh, also you have to have the alpha, not just the beta, the alpha. You have to have downloaded the alpha version of Trade Ideas off our homepage, okay? Or is it now the beta, Pepe? Okay, yeah, you have to download from our homepage, download the alpha version of Trade Ideas, okay? Because then you'll have access to the. So make sure you are on the alpha version, okay? So I'll let WM download that. And don't get scared. It just means that this is in alpha, okay? It's not the entire program. So I'll wait for you to try it to get it up and running before I continue, okay? Well, guys, we've got our crazy one for the day here, QNRX. So look at this. It's halted again at 32, and look at this potential open at 100. So this blue screen you see here, nothing to do with Trade Ideas, okay? Nothing to do with Trade Ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This tells you the halt price. There's a symbol in red. There's a halt price of 32. This column is trying to show you where it could open. I have a hard time believing it'll open at 100. Typically, these are 5-minute halts. Now, I don't have the halt here, but it is obviously halted. Typically, they are 5-minute halts, but my guess, unless that 100 creeps a little bit closer to the 32, I refuse to believe it'll open at 100. Okay. But that is the crazy one for the day here, QNRX. And again, look at the float, 590,000 shares in the float, ridiculously low. And that's how you can get a stock up 294%. Remember what I was saying? Don't discount these ones just because they're up a lot. I mean, wherever this opens is going to be is more than likely it's going to be over 32. And so that 294% could easily turn into 400% depending where it opens. So don't discount these ones that are just because they're at the high here. Well, unfortunately, guys, I've missed everything because I've just been, which is okay. It's part of the job, helping people. That's okay. SGBX, I probably just trying to see what setup would have got me in. Probably over, well, at least a VWAP break, but maybe even the six break. But you know, is doing other things. That's an awesome one. I think I see Shady is in it. Okay. Okay. So now let's go back. Okay. So you open Brokers Plus, open Brokers Plus. So the first thing to do is click on the money machine settings. Okay. When you do that, in the strategy section, there are some built-in ones. This is what I would do. I would just, try one. I mean, big momentum rider. You just try one, okay? Just to understand how it's supposed to work. So I'll do this one, the big momentum trader. Save the profile. So now, and don't worry what it is, okay? Just all you're trying to do right now, because understand that you can create your own top list window with your set of parameters and bring it in here, okay? But just to get you going, and anybody else listening, just to get you going. Now, here's some of the things you can do: maximum positions. So this means that you'll only be in at 3 positions at the same time, and you can actually put the minimum price size, or you can put a price range in if you want. Position size, what it's doing here. This is all default. This is the default. I would just run it on the default. Position size, meaning $5,000 per trade. Okay. And then once you've done that, and you've got the TI paper trading right there, that should be the default. And then you just start the money machine. You'll see a tree map show up down here. Okay. And then, of course, what it does, it's going to take the top 3. Well, I guess ONMD just, I don't know why it didn't take ONMD, but it'll take the top 3 that you see here. And then it's up to you to manage the exits. But that's what it's doing. I'm not sure why it didn't take ONMD. Maybe because these 3 were at the split second were above the ONMD. That's the only thing I can think of. Okay, but that's how it works. Okay, and then you have to manage the exits on your own. So if I want to get out of a trade, if I want to like this, if you don't like this one, BAIG, for instance, you just don't like it. You don't want to be in it. You just highlight it, flatten it, get out, and it'll exit that trade, and then it'll pick another one to be in. So you see how it. I don't know why it's not picking ONMD. There's got to be some reason. I just don't know what it is. Okay, but now you see it picked SES. Now it's closed, so you're in 3 trades always at the same time until you exit, manually exit. You've got to manage these. You can't just let it run. So that should get you started, okay? You want to get out of every trade. I'm just going to flatten everything. Now, why these ones? If you don't get out of it, if you can leave them overnight if you want to, that's up to you. Now it's in the ONMD, and now it's taking BAIG again. Remember, I exited everything, and it probably is going to. Again, this is why it's called an alpha. Okay, so don't ask me Well, what strategy should work or any no idea, okay? It's connected to the PI yeah, it's connected to the, TI paper trading right there. If that's not selected, but it should be, okay? It should be. That should be the default, okay? Okay, when you say it's blank, let me, I am no expert in this because I can't run it. The reason I can't run it, the only way I could run it is if I stared at this all day long. That means I couldn't doing anything else, okay? Because you've gotta manage the exits. So you should see trading down here. Oh, I see, okay. So it'll select it for you when you say but it's yeah, yeah, I mean, it should say TI paper trading, right there. Just out of curiosity, do you have paper trading down here, if you can see what I'm pointing at? Let me stop it again. Yeah, so if you stop it, I'm surprised. It's only gonna go into the TI right here, TI paper trading right here. I mean, it should be by default. Ah, brokers, okay. Make sure you're connected, okay, TI paper trading, maybe that's it. It should all be by default, but maybe it isn't. So if you click on brokers up here, left click on brokers up here, and you see where it says T it's possible it was disconnected, but then if it yeah, it's weird because it when you start the money machine settings, it should say, you should get this pop-up, but just make sure it's connected. Okay, did that make a change for you then, WM and maybe anybody else? And then when you click on the money machine, settings, it should say right up here, TI paper trading. Did it work, WM? So for instance, I'm down $208 in this, BAG. My guess though, BIAG, let me just see what it looked like, oh, you were logged into your other unsubscribed account. Okay. You know what? I'm glad you fessed up. So at this point, I mean, if you were managing this one, this, BAIG, you would have to make a decision, like how much were you willing to lose on this trade? So if you're willing to lose like $100 on the trade and you're watching it, and then right now it's down 200, and when it got down to that 100 mark, you could exit it depending on how much you're willing to. risk per trade. Is why you've got to follow it all day long. So I'll just exit that one. Exiting, you just flatten. Okay. So that's, just you just follow it now. I mean, again, it's going to look at this tree map, and it's going to take the ones in this tree map. You can see the open positions right here. Okay. So just get accustomed to it. Okay. I wouldn't worry so much about the strategy. I would just get accustomed to see how it's working. Oh man, I feel like I've completely missed the boat on the. I was talking with the ONMD, and I was saying, okay, hanging around the VWAP, and would it give us another opportunity to trade it if you miss it the first time? And it certainly did. I mean, it basically got right back down to that original alert price of 334. But look what it did. It did even better than had you taken it at the beginning. It worked even better because look at the high up here. So I'm saying use our AI like a watch list. New chat room login window. Okay, I didn't know that. So here's another one, guys. I didn't unfortunately see it, but Flux, FLUX. So you can see the alert was at 663. The VWAP is at 675. Maybe this one comes a little bit closer to the VWAP and maybe gives an opportunity. Okay, so I'll put a price alert in that area and see if it gets close to the VWAP and see if it holds it like ONMD did and then pops. Wow, look at APLD now, guys. So very active trader. It is a an earnings play today. Give me a moment, please. Okay, guys. No, it can't be connected to your Robinhood account. Well, first of all, The money machine is in what we call alpha. It's not even in beta yet, so you can only run it in the simulator, okay? So it cannot be connected, and the only ones that can be connected once if I always like to say if and when it becomes available to live trade right now is Interactive Brokers, E-Trade, and Alpaca, and maybe down the road TradeStation. Okay. Robinhood, almost definitely not because, well, I shouldn't say that. I don't know. Maybe at some point down the road. But Robinhood is a web-based. See, right now we can't connect to web-based brokerages. And Robinhood, it's only a web-based brokerage, right? It doesn't have a like a downloadable app. Well, if you want, it's hard for me to advise because I'm in Canada. Okay, so Interactive Brokers is who I use, but Interactive Brokers, the way it is right now, is that you will have to pay half a cent a share commission. I mean, the ideal situation is paying no commission, of course. Now, E-Trade, if you connect to E-Trade and Alpaca, I believe, but it, what I would do is I would not switch brokerages at all until unless it becomes available for live trading. Okay, because it could be months still. So I wouldn't switch. But Interactive Brokers will still, even though we can connect to it, but it's going to still charge half a cent a share. And the reason why that can be important, of course, is if you're going to run it actively all day long, you're in three stocks, and then you get out, then you're in another one. And I mean, you in theory could be in 20 or 30 stocks over the course of the day if you're really, really active in it. Well, you don't want to have commissions piling up on you. And the problem with IB Lite, which that does not have commissions, is that we cannot connect to it using Brokerage Plus. But we can connect to E-Trade, zero commission. Alpaca, zero commission. Yeah, so stick with Robinhood, okay, Bo Hales. There's no mad rush to switch. You can use it in the simulator. But when you say the delay from opening a trade is sometimes a negative, what do you mean by that exactly? Victoria the First. I saw you popped in yesterday, so briefly. Nice to see you back. So when you say it's gone above your entry price, yeah, well, it depends on how fast the stock is moving, of course. If it's one of these volatile stocks, you may not get a fill where you want to. By the way, where did this open? QNRX. Where did it open? Now look at it. Ooh, boy. Now this could, I mean, it looks like it's going to be really, there's so it opened and what did it get up to? Obviously did not get up to 100. So, but it did get up to $42, but then it came right back down, halted at 32. This is the QNRX, okay? Halted at 32. Potential open is here, but I would be watching this, see if it gets back over 32 later. I mean, it may be over. It may be that's it, and it's just going to, sink for the rest of the day. Okay, Victoria. Yeah, I'm going to do my video on OAMD. I nag people, especially if you've got our AI. It's a watch list. First and foremost, it's a watch list, and these stocks can set up several times. If you have our AI guys, excuse me, our premium service, if you click on new, this is what I would be doing, okay? Notice there are three that start off with premium AI. Pick the middle one, the one that says premium AI strategies window. This is the window that you're going to see. The only other thing I would make sure you do is that in that filter box, it should say none. I think the default is profitable trades. Okay, uncheck it. You want to see these all day long, because just because something might not be profitable, maybe it's setting up at a lower price. Okay, so uncheck it. The other thing to know is that you will get no alerts until at least 9:40. The earliest alert today was at 9:41, and that is by design. AI does not work in the pre-market. We had some gentleman who got all screaming and yelling at us saying, "Why doesn't your AI work in the pre-market?" Well, it doesn't. And that's by design. Was there any news on this ONMD today? Well, it's hard for me to answer that question, Victoria, because I can't run the money machine. I mean, I can, but that would mean that's all I would have to be able to do, because you've got to be able to manage the exits. Okay. You've got to be staring at it and seeing what's happening, get into a trade. And if you don't like the way it's trading, you got to get out. Okay. And so the consequently, you've got to be staring at it all day long. And if I, maybe I've said before, maybe I devote one day to it, but even that is, so in terms of trailing stops, I believe that, yeah, I mean, you can have a stop. I'm not sure if it's a trailing stop, but again, I would be managing the exits on my own. Yeah, it is definitely, I mean, ideally, sure, it'd be wonderful if we could if people could just let it run all day long without any interference. I don't think it's going to, I mean, at this point anyway, certainly not that way now. But it is called alpha for a reason. And ultimately, for people who are, you should be in the money machine settings in the strategy. The real test will be to create your own top list window and then run the and then have this or your own tree map, okay, with your set of parameters and see how it works for your style of trading. When I say you, I'm talking about everybody, of course. That because yes, we've got some canned ones in here. I stop the money machine right now. Whoops. So these are some that we have put in. Strategies. So these are some that you can take a look at and just to get an idea how it works, okay? How it's taking the trades, how you can get in and out. But ultimately, instead of relying on something that we have created, ultimately, you'll be able to bring in your own strategy in here. Okay? I don't know what happened. Yeah, the market is selling off right now, guys. Okay? Yeah, something happened. Something happened here, guys. The market is that's a pretty that's a big obviously a big bar down. The Michigan like something happened. Let's take a look if I can bring up the SPY and see. I don't see anything I don't see anything. Sometimes I'll see something in the SPY that will give me an idea, but I don't see anything. I'm sure there's something somewhere. Oh yeah. Okay. So Carlos, you're a premium subscriber, right? So what I would do is this: click on New from the toolbar. Click on New from the toolbar, and then we've got three that start. I have three that start off with Premium AI, and pick the middle one, the one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. Okay. Well, Flux now is got into the VWAP, but with the market doing what it's doing, I'm not 100% sure you want to go long anything, even though these ones typically don't care, okay, what the market's doing. But I would not want to. I mean, there's something happening. Is it something to do maybe with Israel or something else? Something's happening. So again, Carlos, so click on New from the toolbar and then pick the one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. When you do that, this is the window you're going to see. Okay, do you have that up and running now? Okay, just give me a moment, please. Oh, all right, guys, just give me a moment. So something to do with China? Okay. I'm just trying to read what you were talking about. So Trump considering massive increase of tariff. All right. Well, all right, guys, 11:04. So what am I missing here? My spy chart. Where are you? Just give me a moment, guys. I'm missing one window here. I don't know why. Oh, that's the one. Okay, you guys won't get this this for what don't do that. You guys won't get this error message that's popping up on my screen. Okay, so Carlos, we were interrupted perhaps. Um, did you hear my explanation about how to get okay? How to get this window up and running and then just uncheck the filter box. If it says profitable, okay, if it says profitable, uncheck it. Because I would want to follow these all day long, okay? All right, guys. Well, here's another halt. No, I halted on the way down. So how is this QNRX doing? So my feeling is it's not over. Even though we've had a halt down, but my feeling is that it might not be over. Could be one of those ones later on in the day. And was there any news on this one that we could find? Oh, here's the halts resumed. I don't know what's going on. I had two of them. Okay, guys. Let's see. Anything else happening? Well, there's StubHub trying to come back a bit again. Okay, ASPE. Let's see what ASPE is doing. It just won the last race. Not in the top 10. So what happens here is that there are a bunch of that have won one race. If ASPE wins another race, the second race, then it will show up here, knock one of these out. How about BERZ? What is this one? Oh, the Bank of Montreal. Interesting. Not. It's one of the many things associated with the Bank of Montreal. But this is the actual stock. Okay, guys, here's the QNRX. Okay, here's the QNRX up 22% since the start of the race. I mean, if it takes out 30, it could get, well, it's got halted. Sorry. So it got halted again on the way up, on the way up. So look, this is what I was saying. I did not think it was going to be completely over, even though, it looked like that could have been it. It got up to what, $41, got down to 23, but now look, halted at 29.36, potential open in the 30s, could have another run. PPTA. All-time high, guys. PPTA is an all-time high. Perpetua Resources. Interesting. PPTA, all-time high. PPTA doesn't care what the market's doing. Okay, now the market's having a bit of a bounce here, but PPTA, look, this is a real alpha stock. Alpha stock does not care what the market is doing. So we could see stocks here that were beaten down for no reason other than maybe the market. So AEO, Levi Strauss slips as tariff-related costs overshadow forecast raise. Okay, well, that's interesting. So that's Levi, earnings play today. Yeah, no idea really. I mean, specifically, I mean, the nukes have been it's an all-time high. I don't know why today it's moving $17. I don't see any specific news for it. Look how it held the VWAP, that purple line, how well it held the VWAP. Whew. Okay, guys, 45 minutes or so. I'll be taking a break. Should be Andy probably in our YouTube room today. I know Steve is off today, so it won't be him. Could be Chris, but let me find out who's going to be taking over for me. I love how it's my user. Yeah, so rare metals. So yeah, I mean, if you want to read anything into it, China, of course, has lots of rare metals. If you're not going to, and also this was raised from to 40 from 20. Okay, so well, it's almost there. At Roth Capital, boy, a lot going on. Plus some stuff happening at home. Not bad, but this is a tough day for me. Being deflected all over the place. All time high. Yeah, all time high now for USAR, USAR. Yeah, I mean this is gold, isn't it? Yeah, Seabridge Gold. So SA. A lot of these companies are again, they don't care what the market's doing. Is it over? Is it over, William? That's the thing. Is this over? This dropping, or is this just a brief? I rarely hold. I well, you guys probably know I did have SPRB. Okay, that is just a wild. I'm out of it now, but typically I'm a day trader. Yeah, I'm looking to buy it again, maybe on this dip, this SPRB, but that's just a way, way, way outside what I normally do. All right, guys. I'm just man. I mean, there would have been some awesome ones here in this gap down, or the large cap losers would have been some awesome ones here if I could have paid attention. So Ripsters is basically the trade wave. Okay, that's what Ripsters is. The trade wave. Okay. So I mean, if you loaded it, click on new, and then dog channel bar, you'll notice that when you click on the Ripsters channel, the wave will appear. You're going to get a video now. You get a video here, and this explains it. Okay. So watch the video. I don't use the Ripsters channel, but if you but just follow like the video is how long? A little over 5 minutes. So watch that video. Okay. Good explanation about what it's all about. But this is basically, as you can see, the trade wave. Okay. And you actually get some scans in here from it. I don't use it, but again, if you watch the video, it'll hopefully it'll make sense to you about what it's all about. He uses 10-minute charts, I notice, Ripster, what for whatever reason. So the 512 curl down, so that's the 5, I don't know, it's the 5 SMA and the 12 EMA or a reverse. But if you watch the video, I you know, it will do it, they'll explain a lot better than I could, okay? Now, if you don't see the video, it's possible that it's hidden. I don't understand the question. There was no translation about the word, that's the reason? So are you talking about a transl I don't know what you mean by that, Carlos. You mean for in I'm assuming obviously you understand English, so I'm trying to I don't know what you mean by that, no translation about the word. Oh, well, Ribster is just a guy. I mean, that's his, I don't know who the guy is. It's some guy and he I know he sort of coined the phrase Ripster, I guess. Like, I wouldn't worry about that. Yeah, so that was a sort of a brief blip up here. Market continues down now. Yeah, so you're asking about what the definition of Ripster is. I mean, if you're not familiar with the phrase like letting something rip, like go, but I wouldn't get, too hung up on what Ripster actually means. It's a guy, I can't remember the guy's name, but he just called himself called the channel that or the thing that he created, he called it Ripster. That's all. All right, guys, what time is it now? 11:23. So Here's the QNRX, guys. Still, I'd be continue to watch it if it took out. Well, you can see what it did. It tried to get over 30, 32. Spam. You never miss a beat, do you, William? Yeah, guys. So I'm just want to see who's going to be taking over for me in our YouTube room. That'll be at about noon Eastern. Probably Sandy. Just not getting any response from anybody at Trade Ideas. Yeah, volatility is wild. Just unless you're on the short side, that was the only blip up. Boy, Fluence. I mean, this FLNC. I mean, I remember when this was up, yeah, $15 a couple of days ago, challenging that low right there, 1358, challenging it. Okay, what next? Give me a moment, guys. I got something. Got some sound. Well, I don't know where it's coming from. How did that flux end up doing? Remember we were looking at to see whether or not it would hold the VWAP. It got into the VWAP and nope. Shares available also. Also. Okay, I think I know what's going on. For some reason, I got duplicates of this. Wow. Trade Ideas is really acting up for me today, guys. Yeah, you just got booted out. Hmm. So now I have to make sure. I don't know. Maybe it's TELUS again. My internet provider, but everything else is up and running. But I don't know. I don't know what's going on. It'd be a good idea just to stop and bid you guys adieu today. Okay, so was not. It's probably something to do with Trade Ideas. Okay. So the only issue now is that I lose all my previous race leaders. I mean, it's not a big deal, but that's the only issue. Yeah, I mean, it could be the alpha release. It could be. What are you, Obi? What version of Trade Ideas are you using? Because Obi said it happened to him too. Not just at the same time for me, but you're not using the alpha version, are you? Yeah, you're not using the alpha version. No, okay. So that just happened anyway. Okay, so it's nothing to do with whether you're on the alpha version or the latest beta or the latest production version. I don't think it has any bearing on that. So I bet we're looking for a low here, right? Yeah, so because Bitcoin is falling. So I was wondering if IBIT could hold this level right there, and it's right there. Okay, I think I have to revise my thinking now on the QNRX. It doesn't look well. There's the VWAP. Let's see if it holds the VWAP, but it's hard for me to believe now that, well, anything can happen if the volume comes in. It's such a low float that it'll pop over 30 again and maybe go on a late day run. Anything is possible. Wow. So a possible Johnson and Johnson deal. Okay, leaps on a report of a possible Johnson and Johnson deal. Johnson at J&J and talks to buy the company. So that's why it got halted and then resumed. Yeah, let's take a look at the Dow. So the Dow's down 500 now. Spies. That's a big move. Now we're getting into those those February, March, April type moves. Down 10 points. Now this is very strange, guys. I've been asking questions of the guys, and nobody's answering. Let me make sure. It's 11:35, so I'll be taking a break. Maybe I'm not going to come back. Maybe this is it today. Seriously. MP was ripping sometime this week. Yeah, yesterday. Well, shouldn't say that. I mean, it's been choppy, very, very choppy. But yeah, another rare earth in Canada. Yeah, Thanksgiving weekend. But I'll be here Monday, much to the chagrin of my wife. Well, if you can get on the right side of this, I mean, there's some big swings here, guys. Look at the QNRX now up 15% in the from the start of the race. Oh, be spread isn't terrible either. I mean, for 1523, I mean, it's not well, just it just widened now. That's the problem. TDIC has been halted and resumed many times now. TDIC, another one. Remember, I've lost all my previous ones. Halted on the way down. Man, what a drop for APLD. Now it's probably following the market. It's an earnings play on its own, but within reason. I always say, these stocks can trade completely on their own, not caring that much what the market's doing, unless the market does this. Okay. So when the market does that, then even the alpha stocks that don't typically care, it's just hard to get people to buy anything. This is RGTZ. What is it doing? Oh, is this a SPAC? Started trading yesterday. Is this? I don't remember it trading. Oh, thank you, thank you. Well, but it's interesting. It just started trading. So it. Oh, that's right. You gave me that one this morning. You're right. This is an ETF for the quants. You're right. Thank you. So this must be on the long side, and the other one is on the or they're both. I know you gave me the other one, QBTZ. So this is the short. Okay, so this is the short. So you think quants are moving down, you buy this one. So these are both shorts, both inverses. Oh, okay. What's got more volume? This got a lot of volume, 7.7 million. So these are the inverse. So if you think that quants are moving down, you can buy this. I think Steve was in that SOAR yesterday, maybe. I don't know. I think recall him talking about SOAR, SOAR. Well, it's getting no, it's a short. It is shortable for me. So just in case, because it's getting right into that 200-day moving average. The 200-day moving average is 250, so it's very close. So it is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, 224,000 shares available. Okay, is this a bounce or just a moment? Again, a momentary blip like that one on the SPY 5-minute chart. You mentioned this is an acquisition company, isn't it? HOND. Yeah, it's one of these acquisition companies. So who are they? I don't know who they're. The way it's trading, it's like they whoever they're going to be merging with has been decided. So keep an eye on the SPY guys. Here's the VWAP. I'm going to stick a price alert at the VWAP and see if it gets close again. 666.65. Um, Honda and a rare earth company. Okay. Well, that would make sense. Let's see if we can find the news on it. I mean, what our news used to be really good for is to check, previous days. So, okay, and the 29th approved the merger plan. Just give me a moment. Terrestrial Energy announced the SEC declared effective. So whatever terrestrial energy does, maybe they've got something to do with it. So this was on the 29th. So the merger has been approved, and the merger is set for October 20th. So next week and a half from now. This is not. It looks like it's more of a nuke. Okay, small modular. Well, SMRs. Okay, it doesn't look like it's got anything to do with rare earth, William. Looks like this is a nuke. Okay, so it's a nuke, which is still good. Good sector to be in. Yeah, you're right. Q and X are heading down now. So my I don't think it's going to. I mean, we really have to take out 32. You can see a bunch of blockage at 32 later. It is getting into the VWAP, but I have my doubts that it's going to get through the VWAP, get through the 32 level, and really challenge the highs. Well, I think this is the key right here. I mean, this is that blue bar. We have a red bar now, and let's see if. I mean, look, if obviously if it just wipes this blue bar out and it continues down, that would be pretty. Well, you'd have to have a. How would you use an alert for stocks rallying off the bottom? Well, you could maybe use a new 5-minute high or something as the alert, but you have to create an alert window, of course, of stocks that maybe have been moving down, and then use a 5-minute like this one right here. I don't use this anymore, but give me a moment. It's something that I can share with you. It's a multi-strategy window, I think. So bouncers toppers, I call it. Let me just load it to show you what it looks like. Okay. So if it's blue, that means that maybe it's rallying. Okay, maybe. Um, but this is not rallying yet. So if you want this one, I can give it to you. And if you just care about the stocks that are potentially rallying off the bottom. That's why I call it bouncers, toppers. Bouncers, stock that might be bouncing, or toppers, stocks that might be have topped out and moving down. If you only want the one of them, though, there are the two alert windows in here. If you just want potential bouncers, I can break it out and give it to you. If you want both of them, and what it's looking for doesn't it all it's trying to tell you right here is that a stock has been moving down and maybe it could start to do a rally off the bottom. Okay, doesn't mean it's and just because you get an alert doesn't mean it's going to rally off the bottom. I mean, if it, especially if it's a stock that is following, what the market's doing, you really have to be paying attention to what the market's doing. Okay, so this is a multi-strategy window, so I can give it to you. So you understand that if it's in blue, that's a potential long, and if it's in orange, a potential short. Okay, potential. So you can see how MP. Now it depends on what time. This was at 11:16, so that's a long time ago. Okay, so at 11:16, it probably looked at I looked at this top right up here. Okay, that's what it was looking at. It looked at that top, and in this case, sure, it worked. So yes, I will give them to you. Okay, I just to show you what it's actually looking for. Just to break it out, okay? So here's how you can break it out. So this is a multi-strategy window. So if you right click on it and here's strategies, hover over strategies, okay? Hover over. And so potential bouncers as an example, okay? You could click on the configure and it's going to show you what it's looking for. And of course you can make adjustments if you want. But this is what it's looking for. So it has to be below the VWAP, at least 5 minute candles down. RSI is no more than 22. So, look at it this way that these are stocks that are, been really selling off. And so you can get an alert either now you can get the alert on the new low of the day, which is just why I would put that is so now you can see, wow, maybe it is getting ripe for a bounce and you could put a price alert somewhere, or you get an alert on a 5 minute high. This I've never really used the 2 minute hammer, but these are most of the time, you just click on the alert and see what's happening. So lens, you look at this and go, okay, maybe it's basing now. Maybe. Okay. Maybe it's going to follow the market a bit. Maybe. Okay. Well, guys, I'm not sure what to do because I have not had a verification that somebody's taking over for me at noon. I think they might be in meetings, and hopefully the meetings they'll be over before noon. Okay, Rawl. I think I got your name pronunciation right. There it is. Okay, there's that cloud link. Rawl wanted it in our YouTube room also. You too, Carlos. Nice to see you all week. Okay, guys. Well, it is now about 5 minutes away from noon. So my guess is that they'll probably have a meeting until noon because I don't think they'd leave me high and dry. They'd at least let me know. But I am taking a break. There are some things I have to do. So I am taking a break at noon regardless. So it's possible that both rooms will be muted. But just in case, I will put the YouTube link in the main room in case somebody is going to show up. So let's take a look now, guys. Well, tried, but the selling is still a little bit of selling still happening. But in the overall context of what the SPY is doing, let's take a look at a weekly chart or even a daily chart. Better to look at a weekly chart. Yeah, so it's below the low of last week, and a couple of. I will put a price alert here, okay, because that is the low of 2 and 3 weeks ago. Okay, so that would be an interesting level to breach. Not saying it's going to happen, of course, but I would keep an eye on this level right there in the SPY. How's energy doing now? Is energy, the last time I looked, it was below the 200, right at the 200-day moving average. So let's take a look at, yeah, so look at that, guy. So energy now has breached the 200-day moving average again. Now, will it close below? Don't know. It looks like we've had a big down day yesterday, another one today. And how about healthcare? Healthcare was, well, of course, most of the major sectors are going to be moving down. Just want to see how giant. Okay, still above it. Staples, not the company, but the sector. Ah, interesting. Staple. How interesting. So with all this happening, Staples is moving higher. Interesting. Okay, guys. Well, I'm going to put my announcement up. I won't leave until noon in case they're going to take over. But okay, so I'm going to mute myself in the main room. I'm taking a break now. I'll mute myself in the main room. I will keep on in YouTube for a while in case they do show up. So somebody might just show up, and so YouTubers, I mean, hold on, somebody might show up. I'm taking a break though. This is the first
Hello,
time
Barry.
this would have happened. Oh, there he is. Saved by the bell. Okay, just a minute. Okay, guys. So yes, Andy did show up in our YouTube room. So guys, I'll see you guys. I'll see you back in the main room in about 1 hour. Okay. So I guess you and I saw that you and Chris were having a meeting, so I figured
Yeah.
probably it was going to go right to noon. So okay, better late than never.
Yeah.
Well, you're not late. You're actually not
Yeah, I
late.
know. The problem is I was in a meeting during that whole downturn.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, I mean, that's yeah, well, you just don't think about using stocks, when you're sitting here. It stops when you're sitting here watching the market all the time. But
Yeah,
oh well, it happens.
it does happen,
It
and
does happen.
yeah. So you maybe read my comments, what I put in the in Slack about the reason for it.
No, I haven't. Oh,
Okay,
the China
China
tariffs.
tariffs.
Yes,
Okay,
yes. Steve has shown me those earlier.
yeah. So China
Uh,
tariffs are rearing their ugly head again, and put the market in mini turmoil for a bit. Anyway.
yeah, yeah. Hopefully we can dig in here. But yeah, no fun. See, I was telling during the meeting. I'm
Especially if you
telling
have China
Chris,
stocks.
this is a costly meeting, man. I hope we get this deal
Yeah.
done.
Okay, Andy. Well, I will see you in about an hour then. Okay.
All right, buddy.
Okay.
Enjoy.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Hello, everybody. Let's see. I may have to. I cut on my money machine down there, but it's this alpha version. It's lagging. I mean, it's dragging down my system here. And probably the market has a lot to do with it too, but I may have to cut it off. See how it's doing here. See if we can catch a bounce. Yeah, you know what? It's too. I'm gonna stop this. It's too. It's dragging too much. My system. There he goes, coming back down. Yeah, I may hold on. I may have to restart here. Let me just go ahead and do that. You guys hear me okay and see my screen? Hi, Peppy. How are you, buddy? Hi, Raul. Hi, David. All right, good, good. It seems to be back to normal. Yeah, there's something in the money machine that definitely causes my system to lag. So I'm sure we'll work on that. See if the market can dig in here. We're just gonna roll back over to lows. Hey, Trader 77, how you doing? I sure wish they'd announce those tariffs not during market hours. Sure would be nice. All right, so let me see what we got here. I do have to stop. Some of that. I bought some stuff when I got out. I bought some stuff lower on these wicks, but it doesn't look like that wick is going to hold. So I do have some stops in here. I'm gonna have to thin out of some of this word, which was looking beautiful. All right, let me put some stops on some of this. Nice, good move. Let me see what I got here. Luckily, the word was WRD was the only China stock that I had. And man, that thing was looking beautiful. I'd added to my position today because it looked like it was going to go through. Let's see where China is. Take a look at K Web real quick. Okay, well, it's trying to defend its 50 period moving average. We'll see if that can hold. A lot of times on these tariff news, the market will bounce. So we'll see what happens. Let's see, I really don't want to add any more Tesla. Got enough of that. Amara is the one I'm heavy in. I need a bounce in that one. Well, let's see what damage is done in the spies. It's not going to look like much on the spy chart. Yeah, it does. It looks like a pretty significant drive down. Take a look at the cues. Yeah, trying to break its 20. Let me put some stops in these things now. That had a decent bounce off the lows. Oh gosh, what's that? Let me put in the support. Maybe this layout will act a little better. All right, so well, actually, I've cut a lot off what I was down. So if I could just get a bounce in Mara, because that's my biggest position by far, and Word. Of course, I don't know about Word with China, but may just have to thin out of that. I don't want to get out of all of it because this thing was just about to break out. Oh, and then we got FOMC member speaking here at 1 o'clock, huh? SMAR holding up well. That one was one I probably should have added. Look at Oklo. It did Excuse me. It don't care. It don't care about no tariffs. What are those other ones doing? IONQ, not that much damage. Hopefully I can get this QUBT. This one I definitely got stuck in. But boy, that was really ugly. Yeah, Vic's doing great, huh? Edwin's, hi, I have premium in this room where we can see different setups that DAM are using. I'm not sure I get that, Edwin. Uh, oh, yeah. Send. I don't have his cloud links. Just send info at tradeideas-ideas.com. Yeah, send an email there and say you want. Now you got to tell them what day the webinar. So if you're watching this past Wednesday, let them know that it was this past Wednesday. I know Dan, I think shared that. So if you'll shared that to the traders. So if you will hold on just a minute, I may be able to get that. Hold on. Let me see. I think he dropped it in the marketing meeting. Hold on just a minute. Ah, I think this is it. Hold on. Yeah, this is the one from Wednesday, Edwin. This past Wednesday. So if you want to click on that, uh, that should be the one. That's the only one I think we're going to have. Well, no, I think it's just the overall tariff news is just dragging down everything. Yeah, that got hit pretty good too. Uh, Muhammad, yeah, it's just the news. I mean, they could bounce back. I've seen them. I've seen this market plenty of times come storming back on tariff, downdrafts. So we'll have to see. I like the way the Qs are, putting in keep putting in bottoming tails down here. That's a sign that is definitely buyers are stepping in over the last 15 minutes. So hopefully, can build on that and get a little pop. Let me just see if China's trying to bounce it all. You mean support? You see support around 417. Yeah, there's definitely some support there in Tesla around that level. And that's kind of where exactly where it bounced today, right off this low, going back over here. God dang it. Hey, you gonna keep hitting that WRD? Isn't it down enough? 10%? Lord. No, Bader, we're not gonna have a lot of option stuff here. We do have a few, option filters, but as far as our AI goes, it's not. It's just going to be all, all equities. It's going to, and what I tell people when they come in and looking for option stuff is you can still use our software. I mean, if you're trading options, you can just use our software to find opportunity. And if the stock has options on it, you can trade the options versus the common. No, there's no reason you can't do that. But no, our AI is just going to be all, and honestly, a lot of those stocks in the AI probably won't have options on them. Well, market buyers are stepping in, but the market can't go higher either. I'm gonna have to sell some of the stuff, just thin out. See, where is that 20 period? 21. Y'all bear with me, guys. Why? If you have any questions, I'll get to them, but I got to put some stops in here. Got to protect the downside. The last thing you want to do when it's been a good couple of months is get stubborn and blow them all out. So let me okay, I did stop out of Samara, and you got your lows over here. I'm gonna have to get out if you break these lows. Let's see. Edwin, Dan's in the room on Wednesdays. I don't have a lot of that Amazon. Yeah, market wants to go lower. Got to protect the downside. Now you could start looking at some stuff that might be interested in. Wait, here's my smaller. Something that maybe holding up well. That's up on the day. Or sometimes you just catch this big bounce in the market and all this stuff that probably a lot of people shorted will start bouncing. And there's another tail in the market, and I probably had that Lamera stop too close, so I just bought back some more. QBT with a nice bounce there. Dang, if I that's stopping. That's too tight there in Mara. That's all right. Got to protect the downside. Quite a few. I mean, those tails keep trying to sell off, and there could be a bounce coming. Trader 77. Just take a look at the market, and Spy's doing the same thing. Just a lot of buying going on. You have to put a mark in this. It makes you wonder. I noticed China, selling off, the last week or so. I was like, gosh, man, what this was doing so well. What's happening? Some people were in the know. Hate to say it, but Yeah, Peppy. Well, that UAVS that Steve talked me into buying, it really hadn't. Of course, it's sitting on massive support down here, but maybe one to keep an eye on if we bounce. On the spy there, Trader 77. Yeah, the bottoming tails are encouraging, but man, we can't. It's been what, almost an hour of bottoming tails, and we cannot move higher. So, phew, yeah, just sideways, kind of sloppy action. Yeah, you gotta keep it a tight stop. You, what happens? You get out of everything for for a big loss, and then what happens? They come in the afternoon and worked out something, or comes and smooths it out a little bit, saying, "Ah, well, it's not as bad as because they don't want this market to tank on that news. So that somebody will come out and say something. I'm sure. Added back in some SMR. Kind of like the way it's holding this level down here. because we got a new candle now. Let's see if we can build on this new candle. I'll be right back, guys. Give me one sec. Okay. Let's take a look real quick at the cues. And yeah, just stuck here at 600. I don't want to give up on that mirror. Riot is actually green. And this looked like a beautiful trade today, breaking up out of this, basically going back to January. Boy, that's just an ugly fail there. But we'll see. Maybe it can recoup some. Yeah, K-Web's it's got its 50. If it can get back above that 50, and you do have a nice little kind of a, wish it would feel better if it was hitting that level there, but it does have this little ledge that it broke out of, a little high going back over here. Man, market can't do it. Just having the hardest time. And Tesla wants to go. Yeah, lower. Was just a stalemate. Yeah, typically it's not a good sign. I mean, for as when you head in a one direction for a long time. I mean, with a power move like that, and then you go sideways, it typically resolves itself in the same direction. Uh, but hoping, and I don't like the fact that it is below that 20 period moving average. I'd feel better if we were back above that. But you do have the history of this market being resilient and bouncing every time you think there's some sort of Armageddon move. And you probably got a lot of shorts that entered the market, on this news. So I think that's one thing that'll work in your favor if we get any sort of, bounce off this level we've been holding. But so far, it's a stalemate. Well, I did not really. I just turned mine on, but I cut it back off because I was having issues. So uh, imagine if you had any long strategies going before that move. It probably hurt you. Now, the only thing I would, do is some sort of like my reversion to the mean. That's the one I was trying to, stocks that have really gotten slammed down more than 5% that maybe, attempting a bounce. I had that running, but let me just pull it up and we can see some stocks on there. But yeah, Money Machine is kind of dragging my system down. So reversion to the mean. Should be a lot of them in there. So DNLI, there you go. There's one right there, off bouncing off its 50. FLNC, that one, it's an interesting point right here. All right, word, you are not holding this level here, so you may have to be cut. That's a shame, man. What a beautiful looking chart just to be destroyed like that. Yep, not looking good. Not looking good for the longs. Cuba, did I get stopped out of you yet? Not yet. Holding on as long as I can. Basically, all I've basically done is so far just giving back the last 2 days. I haven't no serious pain here on the long term front. Pain today for sure, but nothing. But we really look like we want to test lows. So let's see if we can hold on to that level. I mean, decent pivot level right here on the spies. 660. Qs. Yeah, you call that a pivot level too. Let's see here. Sorry if I'm kind of quiet today, guys. I'm having to manage some positions over here, so. Oh, I did still have that WRD. See, that's what happens. I forget about it in my account. I sold it when it broke that 50. And got stopped at a QUBT on some of that. Make sure I got stopped at in this account. Just ugly. Had a lot of triggers. Yep, there we go to Lowe's. See the K-Web real quick. Yeah, that's okay. I think I got stopped out of that one. Sorry. Trying to manage this board over here along with my trades. It's hard to do. Okay, so I haven't gotten stopped out of that one. Yeah, Trader 77, I really yeah, I don't pay much attention to that. I when I was a day trader, sometimes I would watch the rebalancing and things like that, but as a swing trader, yeah, I don't get too much involved with that anymore. Yeah, these things not working too good right now. It's because the market keeps bleeding lower. How are some of those RGTI not getting really hit that hard? That's for sure. Oklow's holding up. Smar's trying, but losing its bid as well. Whew, that's a nasty candle there in K-Web.
Is it too early to cry uncle?
I don't know, Barry. I'm about to. I've peeled off some, but yeah, probably gonna lose the rest here pretty soon. But oh well.
Oh well. Well, as long as I know you're obeying all your stops, right? All
I
those.
am.
Okay. Well,
I am. As a matter of fact, sometimes I'm not even. I'm getting stopped out, and I'm not even managing this board very well because I'm not putting them in here. But
right.
like this Mara, I'm down to half of that. I got stopped out of that, so let me go ahead.
Yeah. I
But
mean, this was kind of out of nowhere, wasn't it? I mean,
well,
we.
it was, and like I said, I wish I'd do these things after hours and not, during market hours,
Mhm.
especially when I'm going into a meeting.
Well, they obviously should be consulting you, of course.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best. Yeah, the best thing to do, for sure.
Yeah, there's got
But
to be a phone for the nuclear codes and a phone for talk to Andy.
that's right. Yeah, let him know something so he can put
Let him
stops
know.
in.
Yeah. Well, this is like back in February, March, and April when we used to have these, 10, 15 point swings in the SPY, like clockwork every single
Oh
day.
yeah.
Haven't had a day like this in a while.
No, we
But
haven't. We sure haven't. It's been a
oh
while.
well, and we're going right into a weekend too, so it'll be
Yep.
interesting to see what happens, over the course of the weekend, and
Yeah,
see if calmer heads prevail, or
for sure.
it's. But yeah, I agree with you. I mean, something like this. Why couldn't you just wait till the end
I
of the
know.
market? Friday at 5 o'clock or something like that Eastern time
Exactly.
to do it.
Exactly.
Because it's not like it had to be. Not like it had to be said right now. No,
No,
nobody was
I
forcing the issue.
totally,
It wasn't
yeah,
like it was
I totally
priority
agree.
one. Anyway, Andy, I
All right,
will,
Barry. Well,
I'll take over for you now.
all right, man.
Hey, your Aggies are doing well.
Oh, they are.
On
Yes, they
on
are,
the
man.
upside,
They're ranked
bright
number
side of
5.
things.
Yeah.
Who are they playing this weekend?
Florida, and Florida's playing better. Florida just beat Texas, so
Ooh,
yeah, that should be a good
okay.
game.
That'll be a good
It'll be
game.
Saturday
Yeah.
night. So yeah, it should be a good one.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll be crossing my fingers for you. How about
All right, buddy.
the baseball playoffs? Are you into it
Yeah,
all?
I keep track of them, but I don't watch them religiously, but I'll keep track of them. I see the
Okay.
Yankees got knocked out by your Toronto.
Yay!
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I was
And
happy too. I was happy to. I'm not a big Yankees fan. I hope Chris are not hearing me, but
yeah, right. How about the end of the the Philly Dodger game? Oh,
yeah, yeah. Uh,
wow.
you
I
know,
mean,
you know what? I was actually walking my dog and I was watching the game, and my buddy told me about it, but I didn't even get to see it. But I
oh,
heard it
well, you
was like
saw
a
it in
bad
replay.
pitcher. Yeah, I'll go look for it afterwards.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Yeah.
That's a tough one. He'll be thinking about that for, well, certainly all off season, but maybe forever because it's just. I mean, that's over. That's over and done with. I mean, that should have been it. But wow.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay, my
All right,
friend, have a
Barry.
great weekend, and we'll see you next week.
All right, buddy. Have a good one.
Okay, bye
Bye
bye.
bye. See you in that trade. Bye, everybody.
All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms now, and get my music going. I mean, I shouldn't say that. We had a little bit of a reprieve in this area, I suppose, but now we're wending our way down still. So, not really interested in doing that much. Well, the news came out, Ty. The news came out right here. You can see on my 5 minute chart at 10:55, right here, 10:55. So the 10:55 5 minute candle. So between 10:55 and 11, right here. If you're looking at my SPY chart, right here. Oh, sorry, David. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Forgot to get back. Okay, thank you. Yeah. No, no, it's my fault, Pepe. I just forgot to when he went out, I forgot to add my screen. My fault. You know, it's interesting, this court, which you would have thought perhaps, but no, I mean, with the market, what it was doing, you would have thought it would just continue down, but no. This was a nice short from our AI, but YHGJ, that's a mouthful. Yunhong Green CTI Limited. All right, guys. Well, what time is it now? 1:03. One last look at my homepage. Okay, guys. Sorry about that. All right. I am now. That's right. Wanted to go over my homepage one last time. Okay. So for the week. Okay. Give me. Sorry, guys. There's just stuff happening within Trade Ideas. I'm trying to follow. All right. So here's my homepage link. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So at the top, we still have the 3 different promo codes going on, 30% off premium annual, okay? 22% off premium monthly for the first month only, and 15% off standard monthly, first month only, or 15% off standard annual. So those are the 3 promo codes we've got. Scroll down, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. You take out a subscription. The first thing you must do is click on the education section and scroll a bit, getting started with trade ideas. Okay, I think there are 8 short videos that'll get you started. If you don't have trade ideas at all and you're wondering about the product, start off on that second video. Again, they're very short videos. That should give you a good enough idea as to whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. Okay. Back to basic, new to trading. This is for you. 15 short videos. If you're new to, well, I don't know how short they are, but 15 videos if you're new to trading. Okay. Last, if you're looking for my scans, here they are. So click on my homepage link, scroll down, and then here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Any questions about them? Go ahead. All right, guys. So, yeah, so this is it. So, again, there's a lot happening in the background you guys aren't aware of. So, I'm just trying to manage a bunch of things at once. Now, look at that. That low right there, that can't be the week low. That cannot be the week low. Well, it could be. Let me see. I remember I had a price alert set at these week's lows. That's the low it's looking at right here. So it's these 2 week lows right there. Okay. That will be the next area of challenge. I mean, if it breaks through that, wow, look out for a while anyway. You'll see a little better on the weekly chart to see what I'm talking about right there. So that's 2 weeks ago and 3 weeks ago. A couple of lows are right there. Okay, guys. Well, okay. Well, right now, at least that low, that daily low, is holding it right now. And that daily low that I'm talking about is right here. Right here, that daily low, it got right into it, held it for a while anyway. Let's see if it really holds it. 654, 654. So about $4 away from those two weekly lows. Have to see if those hold, if it even gets there. Now ALH. Do I want to try a short on this? This is okay. This is well, I had seen it up here, I would have definitely taken it. Actually, no, not necessarily. That looks a lot worse than it is. That's 24.77. That's only a 6 cent drop. But this is now short. This has been shortable for me. There is the VWAP 24.66. This is an IPO from yesterday, of course. Shorts available already at Interactive Brokers, 377,000. I thought that was a lot worse, but it's only a 6 or 7 cent drop. Good volume. The low today is 24. Well, it's not even that far down, 24.20. So about 50 cents to the low of the day. Oh, that low is trying to hold it desperately. That low there, that red line, that's a low on the daily chart a couple of days ago, a few days ago, trying to hold it. Yeah, Block, I see your post. We typically don't talk about how much we make in the rooms, but I'm glad you made what you made. Good for you. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. All right. That's okay. You don't know, that's okay. Because let's face it, anybody can come into a room and say, "I just made 100K today," without any basis behind it. So that's all we usually just say. You know what? I'm glad you made money. Don't get me wrong. Glad you made money. So he's pitching tonight, Scooble, SKBL guys. So if you follow baseball at all, let's take a look at SKBL. All right. Well, we've got a couple of bars trying to hold that low on the SPY. Good for you, William. Yeah, even these cheap ones, that low flow cheap ones, I'm just not interested. That doesn't mean you guys shouldn't be. Okay, well, let's take a look at Xena. The reason I look at Xena, it's over the whole number, 611. But the VWAP is, for me anyway, it's too close. You guys are really paying attention to this. I want to see, well, first of all, let's see if it takes out the two highs right now around 659, 660, just out of curiosity. Let's see if it takes those out. If it does, then, we might have a bit of a rally in our hands. Move this down just a little bit. There we go. Takes out these two highs right now in the 5. We might get a little bit of a rally. The VWAP is up here at 664, so that is long ways off. So that is one reason, that's one reason why you cannot leave the money machine just doing. Obviously, would have been out of all these, but all these are long trades, okay, and they're just being hammered because of what happened to the market. That's why you've got to be paying attention, which of course I was not. Now, the interesting thing would be, we'll go short all these things. Let's see what happens. Would have been nice. The money machine, if you were, just even in the simulator, just to see what would have happened if you just if you were in long positions up to this point, flipped everything to a short position. Yeah, you have to. You can. Yeah, you can exit positions on stop. Yes, which I did not check. Okay, and you can use the tradeway for entries and exits. So yes, you do have stops. I just didn't do it. Okay, guys. Well, that's oh, okay. Actually, that's on the upside. Okay. Well, when you say you need to learn how to trade small caps too, why? Block trade. If you're doing well, not trading small caps, why would you want to? Definitely trickier, trickier, more volatility. No, there's no absolute necessity that you learn how to trade small caps also. Okay, well, we had this little move here though also. So let's not we had this little move here that looked like okay, maybe it's over, maybe it's going to start to run a bit. But let's see if this is really these are three in a row now. Talking about the 5 minute bars. Maybe we've seen a bottom. That maybe that low of a few days ago, maybe that is right here. Maybe that has acted as some support right there. Well, you get bigger percentage moves for sure. I'm talking a block in our YouTube room. You get bigger percentage moves, but again, with bigger percentage moves up, you can get that and more on the way down. So you just have to be a lot. As I've said a million times, you cannot walk away from your computer. I mean, you shouldn't walk away with any trade, but certainly these super low floaters. Oh, enacting some China tariffs, FinFan. White House coming out and saying we're going to hit China hard with tariffs. If you look at my SPY chart, you'll see that's when it happened, right here at around 11 o'clock. But let me ask you this, Block. Are you doing well trading the larger cap stocks? Are you doing well? If you're doing well, I wouldn't necessarily deviate. The problem with these volatile ones is that, yeah, again, they are fabulous if you get on the right side. Yeah, well, you keep those earmuffs on, Shady. I'm going to say it all the time, okay? All the time. Okay, guys. Time is it now? 1:26. I think I'll put myself on mute. I'm still here. If you have any questions, I will hop back on the mic. Probably taking off around 2, though. I can't see myself staying any later. William, what are you doing today? Heading off when I take off? Are you gonna hang around? Night through 3:30ish? Okay. Yeah, I hear you, Shady. I hear you. Just saying you come sometimes though, it'll blow right through your stop. So that's all I'm saying, okay? Okay, guys, so I'm putting myself on mute. I will get back on the mic if there is a question. Okay, so I'm muting myself now. All right, Greg. Excuse me, I'm answering you, Greg. So YouTube streams, well, Monday to Friday. Okay, Monday to Friday. I get on the mic at around 9 o'clock, and I go to 2 o'clock or later if there are questions. Okay. Now there is another room. You're in our YouTube room. There is another trading room. Okay, it's a little, well, quite a bit more active. More traders are involved in there. More interactivity. And that room actually is open at 6:45 7, 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. And it goes to, like, today, it's going to go to 3:30. I don't. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so I don't open the room. Somebody else does open the room, and so there's nobody on the mic until 9 o'clock. But there's still a lot of action in the room, so I can give you that link if you're interested in seeing the other room also. So if you click on my homepage link, oops, I don't know why it's hiding. Try it again. All right, so if you do click on that link, you're going to see right here. Of course, I've got a lot of information I'm sharing, including promo codes and all that. But right down here, if you scroll down, trading room, okay? And that room is open at 6:45 Eastern time. YouTube, I try to open sometime between 8:30 and 8:40. Okay? RE, yes, you can. So, for instance, okay, here's my SPY chart. Look at this, guy. So, okay, I think we're definitely in rally mode now a little bit. So here's my SPY chart, and here are the other two. Here are my other three charts. So basically, the option is this: if you right click on the chart and go to properties, go down to properties, and you see there's a symbol linking. It is unchecked. It's unchecked here, but if I go properties again for these ones, it is checked. So that's why when I click on a symbol, these three charts change, but these don't. So in other words, to answer your question, you can have two charts with different symbols on them as long as you just uncheck in the properties, uncheck the symbol linking. Okay? Did I go too fast? Basically, symbol linking checked or it's unchecked. All right, guys, I think I'll wrap it up now. I know it's about 5 to 2, unless there's some questions. Thanks again for all the help. I can't believe, Shady, we're not, our SPRB just had a beautiful little pop here. So yeah, the room will open Monday morning at 6:45 Eastern time. I'll get on the mic at about 9. I'll try to open the YouTube room at about 8:30, and again, get on the mic at 9. So have a great weekend, everybody, and we shall see you Monday morning. So I'm putting myself on mute in the room, main room, and I'm stopping the screen sharing. And for those of you who are in YouTube, if you want to head over to the main room will be open till 3:30 today. When I say open, I'm not on the mic, obviously, and there's no screen sharing, but there's still a lot of action in the room. People talking stock. So here is the link. So if you click on my homepage link, just scroll down a little bit and over to the right, you'll see something called Trading Room, okay? Okay, guys, so I'm going to shut down YouTube right now.